Brasil!
Olha só, preste atenção. É só
Dentro da comunidade!
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
16. That's a nice haul.
Today's recommendation is the neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ancient alchemy
Come take a
truly is
look.
fascinating.
There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Так, ребят, мне тут, короче, одна мадам задержит, поэтому пока что я буду без микрофона. И я повыполняю... Сейчас скажу вам, что я повыполняю. Я вот эти вот штучки, короче, артерии земли повыполняю пока что. Минут 10, пожалуйста, ребят. Да ёпта. Так, все, я на месте. Прошу прощения за то, что застал ждать. Так, давайте быстренько вот эту артерию пройдем и... Хотя не-не-не, все, сюжет. Меня отпустили. Сейчас сюжет. Сюжет. Так. Найдите... Отправляйте в таверну Джафар и найдите Кэю. Вот эта музыка просто. Красота просто. Кстати, здорово. Вот он, Кэя. Как давно я этого синеволосого не видел, ублюдка.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. That's just as well, I suppose. I do have other matters to attend.
Hiya, you're really here! Paimon half thought you were playing some sort of prank on us.
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right? What do you think you're doing spending every afternoon drinking at the tavern? You itching for a lecture from Jean?
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. Why would I ever do anything that might displease her? The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here. So despite how it might look, I'm actually at Jafar Tavern for strictly business purposes. Sumeru's spices are famous the world over, and it's long been rumored that this fine establishment was where a certain very popular spiced cocktail was invented. That's why the Knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages, to come and see if it is as good as the rumors say.
And how did the...
So far, so good. I'm already in talks with some spice merchants in Port Ormos about some potential collaboration.
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity. Guess Don Winery and Master D-Luke are gonna make a tidy sum from this one too, huh?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether this lucrative opportunity gets passed along to Don Winery or not depends on how nice I'm feeling.
Hey, using your job to settle personal grievances isn't very knightly, Captain!
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar, though. I just came here on the sly once, when I was very young.
And? Do continue.
Do I have to? When I said we could talk about the old times, digging up my past wasn't exactly what I had in mind. Well, all right, since you're so interested. Like I said, I was very young then. Don Winery had only just taken me in. I overheard my adoptive father talk about sending a team of merchants to Sumeru during a business meeting. I'm sure you'll agree that everyone's curious about their roots on some level. And my roots? They're in Conria, which is said to have been located deep underground, somewhere near Sumeru. And so I stowed myself away amidst the cargo, and silently joined the merchant delegation on their trip to Sumeru. But it wasn't long before the merchant delegation received news that I'd gone missing. Their leader promptly found me, and before I knew it, my adoptive father was dragging me back home by the ear. It was a short-lived adventure, Sorry I don't have a more thrilling story for you. Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when I was young. My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew up, and so I started caring less as I used to believe that I had inherited some sort of duty from but then I began to wonder. Maybe my father left me in the peaceful land of Mondstadt, as well as ensuring that I'd be safely cut off from... This is obviously all speculation. Simply put, I'm afraid that I'm not particularly in the know on this topic. These days, my surname, Alberich, is probably the only link to Conria that I have...
One death afternoon, please, boss. Tell me, what do you know about the significance of that name?
Dainsleif?
Ah, you've decided to join us. I was wondering how long you planned on listening in. I believe I've seen you before in Mondstadt. Dainsleif, if I'm not mistaken.
So you remember me. Then we are already acquainted, Kaya Alberich, descendant of the Abyss Order's founder.
Huh?
What?
I take it that you weren't aware of this until now, Kaya. Or you wouldn't have been so forthcoming with your surname.
Oh my. That's quite a lot of baggage for a surname, isn't it? Though I must say, it does confirm an old suspicion of mine.
I'm surprised that you take me at my word without the faintest hint of skepticism.
Well, perhaps what you told me just happens to answer some questions I carry in my memories. And in any case, I recognize your eyes. You're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever. Forgive me for being direct, but I sincerely hope this new knowledge doesn't change anything. If you've already let go of your ties to the past...
Kaya, you're not involved with...
Hey, hold on now. This conversation has taken a rather sudden turn for the deadly serious. And I'm afraid... So what if I know my ancestry? Do I strike you as the type who would be bound by that? Relax. I'll be just as delighted to hunt down the Abyss Order tomorrow as I have always been. Either way, looks like we're out of time. I've got a spice merchant to meet in a minute, so I'll leave the three of you to carry on the conversation with...
Well, alright then. You...
See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
You don't really trust him, do you, Dane? You're both from Conria, but you get on like oil and water.
The fact is, I still do not know him well. It would be meaningless for me to jump to conclusions. But can a person truly be unaffected by their ancestry? This remains to be seen. Well, I suspect that they call your sister their princess, precisely because there is a succession of sorts.
Oh, so if she was the founder, she'd be the queen, right?
I mean to investigate the Loom of Fate. Do you remember that name?
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan! We learned about that back in Mondstadt.
Not new. Not exactly. My memories suffer from erosion. But while I was recovering my health recently, I suddenly remembered something. Your sister. She mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so. I was also quite surprised when these memories tallied up. I recall that we were traveling to Sumeru when the matter was brought up.
So, you're going to the place that she mentioned back then?
Correct. At that time, they must have been introduced in one way or another.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's...
No. Now is not the time. No, it's just... I'm still waiting for my drink.
Seriously?
Так, пожалуйста, подождите минуту, я спрошу. Все, я здесь. Ой, нифига! Это рядом с Архонта? Тогда будет проще к этому данжу тэпнуться. Фух. Вот он. Что нам там делать надо? Какие-то дом. Какой-то дом. Скопанные грядки.
Maybe I wasn't meant for this world.
Я умер.
This place, it's familiar.
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon.
Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. There is very little human activity here after all. Let's search the area and see what we can find.
Is this a field? It must belong to whoever owns that house over there. But it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You could be forgiven for thinking nothing was ever grown here. Or, wait, maybe nothing ever was grown. It's an extinguished bonfire. Looks like it's been ages since it was last lit. And
Nothing else stands out in this area.
wait, we're just gonna go bark.
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this area. We should be...
If you say so.
Так, я помер. Сейчас я отрегенюсь. Господи, нельзя прыгать в сюжетное место. Нельзя, иначе разобьешься к хренам собачьим. Потому что надо аккуратненько лететь. Блин, кстати, от Архонта... Ну, нет, там надо забираться было бы. Так что мы вот тут сейчас где-нибудь десантируемся. Все.
So there's a box over here. Why don't we open it? And by we, Paimon means you. Paimon's just scared that whatever's inside might bite her fingertips off. Huh? It's broken too. Was this a makeup box? That's kinda disappointing. Paimon was hoping we'd uncover some super big secret, especially after Dane talked this. Hey, look! It's a bowl!
Can't you smell it? There's a heavy...
Oh, so it's a medicine bowl? This bed looks pretty ordinary. Huh. What sort of person would want to live here? Doesn't look like there's anything else worth their attention here. You should...
My memories are quite foggy, but my subconscious but we'll exhaust ourselves if we search aimlessly.
Noises?
It's not much.
Просто несколько мелких противников.
Monsters? Wow, Dane's ears are sharp, just like his nose. He's in surprisingly good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
Это будет легко. Электроэпира — это идеальная пара уничтожения. Тихо. Легко. А, еще слаймы.
I must leave no stone unturned. Speed of light. Don't blink.
Он просто пропал.
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. There must be something nearby that attracted them. A ley line anomaly, perhaps. Okay.
What? You're going alone?
Your suspicions are as banal as they are unwarranted. I merely think that this, not to mention that if even forest rangers are capable of investigating ley lines, I will be more than able to handle it alone.
Fair enough. Guess we'll just camp out here then. Good thing there's a barn?
Погнали. Че тут нужно? Разжечь костер. Базару.
Sorry, pal.
Your cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for Paimon to stick with you. Changing the subject, Dane's taking forever. He said that there... we can't... so... don't take this the wrong way. Oh, you stop it! So, next question. Stars? Wow. Yeah, Paimon understands. But we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, Heavenly Principles. And you too, Teyvat. You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. All right. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will take... Oh, come on! Don't say that! Paimon just... Nighty-night.
Сейчас какой-то будет интерактив во сне. Если нет, то я не знаю, я удаляю игру.
Hey, time
Ладно,
to
я
wake
не
up.
удаляю игру. Я не
The
удаляю
sun has
игру.
risen. What a deep sleeper. You do know that we... Tear stains. All right. Rest here a bit longer then.
Трэш. Ладно, интерактив и без этого начался. Что? Вы находитесь в самом сюжетном режиме. Я хотел ачивку забрать.
Halt! What do you think you're doing? This place is not whatever you think it is. Nor should you be poking your nose. Your travel companion. You mean the one your companion departed for the forest early this... What business is that of yours, All you need to know is that do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for? I've been observing you. Still, I'm warning you, no funny business. Okay, fine. Whatever. Just move aside. You... Oh, go on, but no overreacting to anything you see in here. Oh, come on then.
Что происходит? Я ничего не понимаю. Что за приколы?
Mind your own business. Don't. How could he be? He was too young, so don't you lay a finger on him. Just. Huh? You know Conria? Who are you? Hey. Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. Oh, I apologize for my earlier hostility, but you must understand, and all who place faith in the gods are my enemies. That may be. But the fact is that this wretched curse of immortality, who knows how the curse? It was a little gift given to the people of Conria by we lost our home. All we can do is watch helplessly. Because although Conria began with a single bloodline, any who forsook their gods and came to when the cataclysm came, we pure blood, but those whose ancestry belonged to the domains of other, he is Caribert, my illegitimate son. How times have changed. I was a noble of Conria, by blood, but then, one day, I met a beautiful Caribert, faced great hardship from the very moment of his. After all that, I always owed him much, and now she was. We were separated. It could be worse. And now, if nothing else... yes, that reminds me, I own...
У меня галюны как будто бы, потому что здесь же не было никого.
Over here. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought Caribert here. Well, it's because he needs one which will help him to recover his... I do not hope to break the curse. But it is said that this medicine is imbued with the power of Sumeru's god of wisdom and can awaken the mind from a state of deep stupor. I believe that it might just work. I read about it in a book. From the royal... In my youth, I disliked... The gods have already punished us. What does one more sin matter now? Never mind. As long as you understand. As it happens, I am in dire... My hands don't have the dexterity they want. Okay. Also, do you have any, of Sumeru's regional specialties on hand? Could you really? This is the...
Сумерская роза у меня точно есть. Так. Мне надо что создать? Что мне создать надо? Вот у меня есть сумерская роза. И он еще что-то потребовал. Я не знаю, чему надо вообще от меня. Создать запретное безымянное лекарство. А как я пойму? Запретное бессмертное лекарство. Как я его создать должен, блин? Ёпта. Какие ингредиенты там еще раз? Еще раз, Эйда.
Without your thank you.
А, ты мне не скажешь. Я не хочу стрим перематывать. Так, просто внимательно. А, вот. Вот, мне вот эта штука нужна. А она там сзади была. По катсцене, судя. Так, это стримерская роза? Но мне не это надо. Вот. Супер. У меня реально лотоса консолата не было. Супер, год. Еще не бессмертная болезнь. Еще не смертная болезнь.
Is it done? In all honesty, well, the moment has finally arrived. No! I said before that this medicine relies on the... Which means we must pay a visit to a statue of the Seven. Let's go.
Кстати, Архонта, благо... Нельзя выполнить... В смысле? Ну вы уроды! Кстати, видите, у меня границы красные, я даже не смогу просто дальше выйти. Ну капец. Ой, ладно, вот эти штучки.
This statue. God of wisdom, I will utter no... You and your kind destroyed my home. You cannot mock me more than fated God of wisdom. I seek not to disavow myself of the sinful blood that flows through my son. Caribert, if everything the gods have done, then I bow to you now. All I ask is for a time. Please, God! I have made...
Так. И ползти теперь наверх 3 часа. А, не, мы уже здесь. Я думал, будет дольше. Что, блин, происходит? Почему Пайман свалила вместе с... Если это, конечно, у меня не галюны. Это могут быть у меня галюны вполне.
Caribert? We've... Caribert, it's me. It's your father. Caribert. Caribert. I'm sorry I couldn't be at your side when you were born. But I'm here now. Papa's been... Are you still angry with... I know. You're awake now. Do you not want it? I'm so sorry, Caribert. Forgive me. Please. Please. Oh, gods above! What more do you want from me? You took everything from me. I'd give you my very life if only... I knew it. The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reasons. What do you mean? Huh? You really think so? Give up? No, never. Even if I must stay here with him for 50 years, 100... Let's go. The most crucial ingredient in this medicine is the I grow. The details don't matter, right? There is a waterfall near the statue I prayed at. I'll be here, watching Curry Bear. Good. Then...
Капец, я уж думал, я в Фонтейн пойду. А у меня еще... Ой, как много-то, однако, до Фонтейна. Полчаса еще мне до Фонтейна надо. Не знаю. Но явно много. Ну, там в районе что-то. Ну, это пипец. Я недоволен, честно. Дайте воду Эйда. Вот тут, кстати, человек есть. Ну ладно, хотя бы по вот этим штукам телепортироваться удобно.
Ah, you're back. Cora Bear's condition is stable. By which I mean he... Anyway. I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do... Ah, good.
Speed of light! Incoming! Hey! Don't blink!
Wind blade!
Incoming!
What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got the fertilizer. Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose.
О, благо у меня еще один цветок был.
Oh, sorry. I have been so very... I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought.
Опять кто-то из семи архонтов, ну ладно.
We're here. Let's begin. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Cory Bear! Oh no, he must have left while we were... Come on!
Побежали быстрее. Следуйте за хиличурлом. Там уже конец зоны.
That's not... Right. Cory Bear's scarf. My eyes must be going. Ah, yes. It doesn't seem Yes.
Зачем все это? Зачем? Фига себе, что такое? Нет, это уже нельзя. А ему можно.
Did it go in here?
Мне что не по себе.
What a ghastly place. Huh. It looks like they're worshipping. I've never Oh, there's a...
Что-то мне это место не очень нравится. Здесь хуличурлы на меня тут... Им плевать. А вот теперь они что-то на меня загрылись. А пофиг, я просто пробегу. Зачем лишний раз париться? Да я во сне! Я во сне! Это уже было!
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
Слаймы, пофиг. Куда мне двигаться вообще надо, кстати? Ай-яй-яй. Ладно. Видимо, придется подраться. Пофиг. Бам! Ой, да ладно. Надо было реально всех перебить. Опа, сундук. Что ж происходит-то? Как будто какой-то босс-файт будет. Это что еще за хрень? Я вообще попаду в FONTAINE в этом видео? Не тот! Тот! Я его просто выкинул. Они же на меня загрызут, да? Хотя... Нет. Просто пробегаем. А как я туда попасть? Должен, извольте спросить. Ну через верх, походу. А, здесь нельзя карабкаться. Блин. Че, реально нельзя карабкаться? А как я туда заберусь-то? Че, мне надо как-то там вот так идти по прямой? Или вот с этой? Я не знаю. У меня что-то... У меня что-то вопросов больше, чем ответов. Давайте попробуем вон по прямой пройти. Там вот портал какой-то стоит.
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn
Капец.
upside down? Or gravity itself?
А куда дальше? Слушайте, я ничего не понимаю. По крайней мере, я...
It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
А еще один где мне взять? Что происходит вообще? Сам такой. О! Понял, принял. Это ж вон там. Какая музыка нагнетающая. The last one. Опа, вестник бездны.
Halt, humans! Fate has not granted you the right to end. Do you insist on an audience? Very well. And I grant you the trial.
Чё? Его прибить? Стоять! Вестник бездны, наступление хлада. Ясно. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. До этого у нас водяной был. Погнали. Все, сейчас его разнесем. Ай-яй-яй. Что это такое? Тихо.
Leave it all to me. Speed of light.
Погнали.
Tихо. Steady as. Don't blink.
Не тот, не тот, тот.
Incoming.
Готов, собака.
Who was that? He was...
Ну, зато есть вот стример по типу меня, который тебе покажет Геншин, пока у тебя не будет телефона вместо кирпича.
He was a perfect... He had the most wondrous aura, a perilous... And yet, you were able to defeat him. Let's continue on.
Какие-то часы? Или что это? Еще опять с Вестником бездны придется сражаться, учитывая, что здесь платформа похожая на арену для сражений. А, ну это всего лишь мост, ладно. А, чё двери так медленно открываются? Вау.
I think we've made it to the end.
Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? You are like a flower, born in sin. Yet you need no longer hold back yours. Go forth, become, and I shall shed a tear at the end of time.
What just happened? When I saw that thing, my heart was in... I feel good. In fact, is that...
Лучше валить, правда.
Caribert! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay! I have a strange... For this to happen, right at the moment you say that I bowed before that thing, so perhaps I have to try. No matter what you...
Papa?
Caribert! Oh, my... You see? Mama is... Caribert, look at me.
Of course. Your Papa.
How do you feel?
Yes. It feels like I just woke up from a long... Papa?
Don't panic, son. It's just... While you were sleeping, we went... There's no more Conry here. No more home. But in this world, you have to be
Am I?
No, of course not. Look, Caribert, you still have Mama's scarf on your arm. Yes, really. You've only just woken up. Oh, and never take off your mask. Understand? Whatever happened...
Okay, Papa.
Not since that day have I been so... Once a murderer, always a murderer. But the God we saw in that day, that wonder... Now then, piety is hardly my... A sinner? Oh, don't be upset. You and I have both witnessed... No matter. Believe what you will. I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Да нахрена он тебе сдался, ГГ? У нас Фонтейн вообще-то. Ну зачем? Не очень... Я хочу Фонтейн. Уже час прошел. Стрима, а мы не в Фонтейне. Если мы за это время в Фонтейне не окажемся, я не знаю. Капец. Я буду в шоке. Короче, сразу говорю, если нас спросят за уровень сложности, то все. У нас будет босс-файт. Ой, не спросили. Опять все по новой проходить, что ли? Я очень надеюсь, что нет. Что? Я не успел прочитать.
Up to it, Manzai! Ta! Ja! Ja! So! Ha! Ja! So! Ja! Ja!
Speed of light.
А чё он не ломается?
Don't blink. Hey!
Ой, зачем такую нудятину придумали? Ну ё-моё. Это ведь специально, чтобы сюжет продлить. Дай бог, если мне в Фонтейн вообще попаду. А тут придется переименовывать стрим. Ну ладно, в этот раз хотя бы мы побыстрее дошли.
No! Impossible! The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too? Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it can't have been an illusion. It was neither illusion nor coincidence. Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future, could he really have been a sinner? Kari Bear? Where has he gone? Oh, no, no, no. Maybe someone else came by and found him? No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone having... This does not bode well. What if he's spotted by a forest ranger or... Wait a minute. This isn't how... Oh no. The mirror, it's broken!
Да ну он чё, в прошлое попал?
He must have taken his mask off. If he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him.
Он чё, в прошлое попал, что ли? Это явно не настоящее какое-то. Это выглядит слишком плохо для настоящего.
It's his scar. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on.
Слишком это все выглядит для настоящего не настоящее.
Caribert! Caribert! Where are you? Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a, hilly churl?
I asked you first. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be.
I said, have you seen?
Hey, whoa! Look, sir, there's no need to get so worked. There are hilly churls everywhere. What's the big deal? We see plenty of them out here.
Exactly. Matter of fact, we just took out a few of them back there. Those dumb...
You forest ranger scum! You spawn of the seven or...
You're raving mad! You've got some...
Curse you all, forest rangers!
I don't get it. Why make such a huge
He'd only just regained his mind. So tell me, forest rangers...
Jeez, you're really not gonna let this go. Fine, you weirdo. If you must know, I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me at all. It was just bumbling along.
Yes!
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a thanks for...
Так, погнали. Этот конченый сюжет еще продолжается. В общем, реально конченый. Вот такие вставочки делать на пару часов, это не очень круто. О, ребят. Ты что, без маски?
Caribert! Caribert, stop! Whatever you saw, I told you. We're in a fairy tale. Caribert? How could this happen? Come! Caribert, we have to go home now.
Papa?
Caribert,
Papa, I can't take it.
please, Caribert. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa?
Finally. Ah, traveler, you're awake. Ah, wait, no. Why am I still calling you traveler? Oh, I have no... I suspected it. Oh, of course you haven't. In any case, I've been using a fake name. My real name is Clotar Alberic. You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, the power inside Caribert. Yeah. Oh, at long last, I have seen it. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes, salvation for us. Coribert did not deserve his fate, but now it's wonderful. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom. Huh? Sinister. Oh, I never imagined that you, of all people, would... We once believed that you would... To us, you were the Abyss, and the one who controls the Abyss. We yearned for that. But what did you bring? Oh.
Why did he just call me? Traveler! Traveler!
Твою мать! Что, блин, происходит? Я ничего не понимаю!
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake! Paimon was worried sick!
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the Abyss tampered with them, and they've been in turmoil. Information and memories flow within the ley lines. You mean Clotar Alberich? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things. But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body. After 100 years, yet his dark legacy lived on. You could say that. She wouldn't be the Abyss Order's princess otherwise.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face.
So you saw her memories from centuries ago, through your own eyes. Still, as I'd suspected. And it seems closely connected to Clotar Al- And yet your sister never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was that the moment that she decided? Indeed. Clearly this series of events sparked a long period of... What is it?
The field? What is that?
You mean here? Well...
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton, buried together. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? Unless... Clotar Albert... This all raises far too many questions. We should part ways here.
Huh?
It's better that we split up for now. I think...
Who's he?
Yes. I have my suspicions as to if the time is right.
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler? How is that possible?
I fear that while these things would limit anyone...
What? Why? What is...
All right, let's leave it there. Get some rest.
There goes Dane. What is it? Huh?
Ути-бозиськи. Ура! Чё, мы еще в Фонтейн наконец-то? Пожалуйста, скажите, что мы сейчас в Фонтейн. Караван Рибату. Да! Все, мы сейчас в Фонтейн пойдем! Это 4-й новый том. Возрадуемся же. Так, заберем ачивки обязательно все. Так, что по молитвам? О, хо-хо-хо-хо. А давайте мы сейчас еще дождемся от этих трех, и тогда только крутанем. Так, погнали. Отправляемся в караван Ребет. Надо какой-нибудь сундук обычно и залутать. Или ачивку там какую-нибудь выполнить.
Good old caravan Rebat! remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been so much time has already passed since then. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new... Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and... Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering? But never mind that. What brings you?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing to it. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess bumping into you like this will become a rarity. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so...
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some water. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few...
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real...
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're...
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
О, у меня тоже вейпоинт даже активированный есть. Так, ну мне ничего не мешает. Благо я это исследовал. Надо пройтись, правда, но надо повыше немножко вон забраться. Получается. Подъемники тут, кстати, очень долго ходят, я проверял. Давай, подъемник. Подъемник движется. Долго же он едет, однако. Очень долго. Ура! Тут на нижний ярус? Эй! Нет, мне наверх надо! Я перепутал, видимо, кнопки. Можно, по-моему, и наверх отправиться. Ну, капец. Ладно, прокатимся. А, нет, стоп, нормально. Нам как раз вниз не надо. Судя по уменьшению метров, нам надо все-таки вниз было, а не наверх. Ну, это же хорошо. Так, а нам вот здесь надо, да. Такая разница. И что мы тут делать будем?
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced industry here is extremely... Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we... What do you think? Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a...
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing...
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Pure Trees? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. Wait. Paimon almost forgot to ask you our...
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with... In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait.
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may...
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon!
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter.
Это ли нет?
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Короче, все, что я знаю... Ой, я... Религия белых роз и черных волн. Ой, слишком шумно. Короче, все, что я знаю про Фонтейн, это то, что здесь реально много всяких роботизированных штучек. Например, те же охранники, это машины все. Также то, что Фурина, это вот как раз Архонт Гидра, она судья, и она в целом типа занимается хотя бы Она как местный, она как, короче, как депутат, как Путин скорее вот, в России. То есть это не бог, это бог как бы, но люди его за бога не считают просто вот как популярную, важную личность, которая управляет городом. И еще здесь можно дышать под водой. Поэтому она, даже если будет прыгать в воду, она не задохнется.
Hello there.
Huh? I'm fine.
Oh, okay then.
About many things, actually. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would...
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you...
No, people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually... And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun... But now, the water is gradually...
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and...
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us! Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your...
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt where to begin. Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't...
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine.
Oh! Alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the opera. Please, follow me.
Мне нравится там... Чё такие волны громкие? Очень громкие волны. Прям очень. Мне нравится сама внешняя Фонтейна. И персонажи тут красиво выглядят. И Фонтейн там выглядит красиво. Вот прям гармонично и идеально, я бы даже сказал.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems late.
Это Фурина? Да ну, не, это не похоже на Фурину. Как я помню ее. Не, вот это Фурина, вот. Что ж происходит?
So, she's the Hydro-Archon?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration, if you don't have one. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Что-то тут не так. Вот что-то тут не так. Не может все так хорошо быть.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the... I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for, but the Hydro Archon's entrance was, Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god?
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to person.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Чё? Подожди. Мы с кем из архонтов дрались? Только с Сёгун Райден? Ну, Сей, получается. Да ну, драться с архонтом? Чё?
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. He is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays...
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel with...
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor.
You see. Then, as the god of justice...
Oh.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use...
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Так это, как что? Чё за бред? Чё за бред происходит? Это же типа человека, я не знаю, вот как правильно написать, но это же... У меня слов нету.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's all.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying...
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility. So, with such an audience gathered here,
Ta-da! What? What's that on Paimon's back? Hey! When did Linny do that?
there. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
Не, мне уже не нравится даже не, внутренняя фонтейна это какой-то бред сущий. Это что за приколы такие?
I thought it was pretty...
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected
performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are valid grounds, but even the gods of other lands, I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette.
Я ща в шоке нахрен.
Unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Это бред какой-то происходит в Фонтейне. Это бред сущий какой-то.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny.
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. And speaking of performances,
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. You really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will this...
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up... We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, as a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone.
Мы барыги, короче, поняли? Мы барыги. У меня там ачивка какая-то. Вот сейчас 2 круточки сделаем. Погнали. Раз. Хрень. И 2. Хрень. Так.
So you're the blonde traveler that ever... Ah, a magic pocket? Seems you... Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the...
Вот жители тут, благо, не настолько конченые.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy?
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land, and so, if you ask me, when the water...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the...
Вот походу все, кроме Архонта, здесь еще примерно остались с мозгами. А вот что-то сам Архонт уже поехал крышей. Конкретный прям такой.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long... Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future?
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Ну все, кайф. Уберитесь. Лен.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to... Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help...
Is there anything else you need to do?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more...
So, you want to collect materials? Just
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the water.
Поехали. Берите материал для создания волшебных сумок. А можно мы, кстати, с Архонтом поговорим, ну, немножко, ну, как... Не как конченые. Ну, точнее, с ее стороны. Типа, пожалуйста. Многоуважаемый гидроархонт Фурина. Не будете ли вы благосклонны? Пожалуйста. Немножечко. Turn on your fucking brains, man. А мне вот тут их надо собрать где-то. Тут очень обширные локации. Очень обширные. И особо не понимаешь, куда идти надо. Гидра? Ой, слава богу, у меня есть.
I'll take care of it.
Да. Спасибо, что у меня Барбара есть. Если бы у меня был Барбара, я бы убил сюжет. Кстати, а давайте по приколу Барбару вкачаем. У меня же есть. Так, а еще, пожалуй, я звук обратно верну. Го вкачаем Барбару. А, мило. Мне нужен гриб один. Ай, ладно. А что, кстати, там вообще надо? Тут... Ясно. Ясно. Это что? Океаниды. Ок. Капец. Ладно. Все, мы не будем. Всё, и в жопу Барбара. Иди. Говорите, Лен, да ради бога.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an maybe next time you'll...
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise...
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the opera house?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movement.
Oh, he's right!
Shh! Keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if... All right.
Я надеюсь, этот лифт уже на нижнем ярусе. Хотя, с другой стороны, раз нам надо в любом случае наверх, мы сделаем вот так. Да, нам в любом случае надо наверх. Где статуя гидроархонта? Вот с этой стороны она, да. Умеет гидрокулы какие-нибудь? Нет. Ну и ладно.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be... Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's...
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you. Anyway,
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle.
Oh.
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more... But at least we were able to get the stolen items back.
What a slippery little thief! Guess things turned out all right.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us.
Cour de fauteuil. На аквабусе? Чё?
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The seat...
So you mean it's still boring?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh,
Кто?
excuse me! Aren't you the great magician, Linny? And is it...
Hello? I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet? Amazing! I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who. Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some fit? So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on? Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell... For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of...
You mean the serial disappearances of young...
That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters... So, what is the... That's right. The first missing girl case happened, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. Well, the cases haven't, but the scariest part is that to this day, many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible, but either way, I believe that
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls... I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that.
Hey, we're almost there! Look! Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be... Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too. I have an interview to get to. I should get... Okay, I'm in hopes we... Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all...
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge.
And we are here again. Не again? Ох, у меня здесь еще несколько телепортов открыто. Вообще какой-то подвал. У меня, кстати, здесь есть телепорт. Что уже радует, сокращу себе путь немножко. Но город реально огромный. Я бы даже сказал, слишком огромный.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that... Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little... Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to...
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, when I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go out... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comfort. It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative.
No trouble at all. Don't worry.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need.
Почему меня до слез прям трогает Фремена? Кстати, у меня из персонажей есть Линет и Фремена. Ну, он, знаете, он как запуганный какой-то мальчик. Просто его там зажали в детстве там условно. И все, типа, сейчас он тотально закрытый человек. Ну, мне жалко прям его. Я бы даже сказал слишком, ну. Очень обидно на самом деле за него.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh, no. We're just here to deliver some materials.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Wow. So...
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine...
Well... It's a little, but basically... Everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's
Huh? How can trials...
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was... But... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it's...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want...
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Вы чё, угораете? А дальше мы кого встретим? Я не знаю. Если мы тут вестника Фатуи встретили, а Чайльд это вестник Фатуи, кого мы еще сейчас встретим?
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get...
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll...
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honest, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to... Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has...
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Ну весь фату их разнесет сейчас за секунду. О, за Чайльда! Это не Тарталья, одно и то же, собственно. А мы лучники? А, мы можем менять оружие, прикиньте. Нифига, здесь все это ничем говорит. Кайф, кстати. Это прикольно очень выглядит. Прикол.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you... Huh?
Now's my chance!
От рукопашного боя все равно нельзя отказаться.
That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them.
Strange. How could that happen? First time by...
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that?
I don't know. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know...
Maybe you losing
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing, and she was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it, and traces of it.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that in my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar!
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental power. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
Oh, it sounds...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you.
What? More work for the North...
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion...
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to... The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they... And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value...
So, do many people...
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with. Which is exactly why I was itching. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget,
Huh?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come
Whatever gave you that idea?
Ох, чел. Ох, Тарталья.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he... Well, since we don't have much to do... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. But the whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light now. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery... Oh, sorry about that. Hey. Lenny said that the opera house
Так,
is on the...
стоп. Сейчас, минуту, пожалуйста, буквально. Что я здесь? Ну что, к театру надо? Это где? Это сюда. Окей. Отправляйтесь на площадь с фонтаном перед оперным театром. Вот это массивное здание, конечно. Смотрите, Виляна, ищи малютка какая. Ой. В чем прикол сундучка? Что я ей дал? Ладно, пофиг.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The opera at the Clays. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for new...
Lynette!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the so maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about... Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before...
Oh, right.
Что ж, посмотрим. Посмотрим.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how... But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already...
Ooh, front row seat?
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Уж очень интересно мне посмотреть. Пройдите на подготовленные для нее места. Ох, какая красота. И что, здесь туды проводятся прям? Хм. Реально как зал прям.
Oh, these should be our seats. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and... Oh, you little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that...
Oh! Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, Oh, Paimon's got it.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linney, then. Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat, and as required by proper etiquette, I will also...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet! What an honor it is to have you here to see my show!
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to...
Wait, Nervillet?
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Она шо? Я не хочу эту женщину видеть. Фурина страшная, я ее боюсь, она ненормальная, она психопатка, я сейчас с ума тут сойду! Господи, уйди отсюда, мне страшно на тебя смотреть!
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparation.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Boy, I can hardly wait! Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Bye, Mum, try.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlights. Oh, and before I forget, there's... You never know what can happen in the blink. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make up. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation. Please, if my assistants could. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here.
Wow! Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual super...
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up?
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask, like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch-black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58! That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting and merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or...
40, 39, 38! Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the... It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like it...
25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to...
19! 18!
It seems things aren't quite going as... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Я ща охренел. Я, кстати... Стоп. Может, надо начать выступление? Я не знаю. Тут сейчас два варианта. Либо это часть выступления, судя по реакции линии... Кто за реквизит отвечал? Кто отвечал за реквизит, тоже и виноват. Нормально у меня дела, не учитывая то, что мне в глазах челика расплющили. Пусть несет вину тот, кто, собственно, цепи хреновые сделал.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Охренеть, просто в шоке!
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed it appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the... And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Кстати, это же реально говорили о случае. Так я даже на Лину-то не думал в целом. Я не думал, что Лина виновата или она пропала. Вот то, что девушку украли, походу, это реально связано с этим вот делом. Очень любопытно. А то, что ты прошел сюжет, ты молодец. Ну, молчи! Или ты забаню нахрен.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was...
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met. Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and...
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now... Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in the... Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can be.
А еще она собака, Фурина, блин. Если у меня будет псина, я ее назову Фурина.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an act?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me. Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind... 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic... But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage.
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still...
Пайман, конечно, смешно выглядит. Это...
Hello,
Да.
officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking, and the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with... This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pirate. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a... If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the...
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just, anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Нормально. По делу вы можете проверять статус сбора доказательств и улик, а также упорядочивать информацию о деле. Журнале по делу вы можете увидеть еще не найденные доказательства и улики, отправиться в соответствующую область, чтобы найти их. Используйте навыки восприятия, чтобы искать доказательства и улики для исследования определенного радиуса от себя, отпущенный следующий прогресс. Информация о погибшем. Ассистента входила установка проверка реквизита. Осмотреть белую линию. На это место пришелся ударник. Рискованно контролшим ящиком мог повернуться от падающего резервуара. Используя навыки восприятия. Так. Жандармы закончили осмотр места происшествия, оставив на сцене сломанный волшебный ящик. Видно, что резервуар с водой сильно расплющил ящик. Так, сейчас.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa. Look! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was... Wait!
Особая веревка. Веревка для подвешивания резервуаров сюда внезапно оборвалась, когда на сцене запускали фейерверк. Мне показалось, что вместе обрыва веревки была изготовлена из легко воспламеняющегося материала. Так.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the pub. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of an... Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal... Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all.
Were the victims of...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these.
Информация о вашей девушке по имени Холзи, известная художница, которая пришла посмотреть магическое шоу, чтобы снять изображение на Отработай. На него лично в ждут представительные магические трупы линий. Так, что у меня еще осталось на досмотр? Вот еще.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would—
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we—
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the—
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case?
Трос, используешься для выбора счастливчиков из числа зрителей магической шоу «Линия». Только после того, как жандармы провели расследование, выяснилось, что машина постоянно выдает одни и те же результаты. Очевидно, кто-то изменил ее в настройках в недобрых целях. И как книжку посмотреть? Журнал? Да, вот.
Whoever the murderer was, this people needed to register and reserve a— Why would it be? Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
Мы... Ага, нашли мы 3 из 3 в оперном театре. У нас еще есть аж 9. У нас еще 7 неоткрытых улик. Нам надо как можно больше. Так, а что мы еще не исследовали? Ага, второй ящик. На вид самый обычный ящик. Во время представления линии за считанные секунды переместился сюда с сцены. Что это был за трюк, и как ему это удалось.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that If you find any new and interesting leads—
We don't have too many—
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But
that makes—
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water—
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too—
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Странный звук во время представления. Во время фокуса с волшебными ящиками раздался отчетливый глухой звук, который слышали многие зрители, присутствующие в зале. Так. У нас мало улик на самом деле. У нас, простите, у нас только 3 из 9 улики. Вот еще можно спросить Молли. А, не тот, не тот.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Да.
I think someone will be assigned to monitor us.
Тут нельзя. Как выйти отсюда? А, вот. Мы хотя бы можем покинуть здание.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the... That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance. Judging from the look of things, I find...
Really? We think so too! That's what...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled... Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence, but that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charge. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back...
Sounds more like you just don't trust that.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree. All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial...
well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, think that the travelers respond, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be. The trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion if you like.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to...
Так, и что нам дальше делать? У нас вот еще есть необысканное место.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this end?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so
Well, because I was in charge of security, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had... We Melazines are good at that sort of thing.
So, it's safe to say the girl... Alright, thank you for your help. This'll...
Входы и выходы в здание оперного театра. Во время шоу никто не покидал оперный театр. После инцидента его могли покинуть только те, чьи личности были установлены жандармами. У нас все равно 4 улики всего. У нас... А, все. Стоп, в смысле все. Стоять.
Why would it be him?
У нас всего 4 улики, это очень мало. Это даже не половина. Я бы еще проверил.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my...
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just...
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would...
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell...
Достаточно интересно.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances. See this flatbed? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box in...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the step. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the...
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of...
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand...
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured... And yet, to think that someone was able to use... Could we have a look around? I think we can...
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
Магический трюк. Читать не буду, потому что вы и так все поняли. Устройство волшебного ящика на сцене тоже в курсе. Устройство волшебного, конечно, зрители в зале тоже мы сейчас все прочитали. Еще быстрее доказательства, то есть... О, как много всего для исследования. Чтобы Чтобы вернуться в тоннель волшебный ящик, наверху нужна лестница. Устройство, управляющее тележкой, похоже, она тоже может двигаться автоматически.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks, and here's a broken vase.
That can't be.
Let's note this.
The Broken Vase. Осколки разбитой вазы, найденные в боковой части тоннеля. Вся вода из нее вытекла, судя по расстоянию. Маловероятно, что ее опрокинула тележка, предназначенная для перевозки волшебного ящика. Итого, сколько у нас доказательств? Осталось 2.
Whoever the murderer was.
Осталось 2 доказательства и 2 улики.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that? Ugh, this is so confusing.
Одежда девушки в тоннеле обнаружена... В тоннеле обнаружена одежда, принадлежавшая пропавшей Холзи. Как она там оказалась, неизвестно. У меня уже язык заплетает. Осталось... Еще одна лестница.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Брошенный крюк на веревке. На полу лежит металлический крюк с привязанной к нему веревкой. Назначение неизвестно. Так. Смотреть рельс. Чтобы фокус получился, это должно работать как часы. Рельсы позволяют тележке ехать строго. Чё? Позволяет строго в заданном направлении. Момент, пожалуйста, ребята, момент. Момент достижения выполнено. Так. Еще раз. Извините, пожалуйста. Меня. Так. А, мы все собрали. А, нет. У нас вот еще 2 доказательства. Ну, не расследовано. Девушка исчезла, но одежда осталась здесь. Что это значит? А, это мы здесь уже были. Мне вот сюда надо. Ух. Здесь в беспорядке свален всевозможные реквизиты костюма. Без тележки перевести волшебный ящик на другую сторону казалось бы невозможно. Скорее всего, это была часть плана преступника.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Could they...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull it...
But there are no other let Paimon write that down.
Вентиляционный ход в тоннеле. Размер вентиляционного хода в тоннеле было едва достаточно для одного человека, поэтому забрать с собой пропавшую девушку было практически невозможно. А все?
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Что мы имеем по итогу?
Why would it be him? How strange. That size wouldn't have... And the taking a... Well, there was no chance Paimon...
А у нас же не все исследовано осталось. Почему-то.
Let's head back up.
Ну, здесь все галочки стоят. Ну ладно, может еще будет возможность. Так.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crimes. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the
They believe the odds of that are very low. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the...
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence...
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we...
Charges and then trial. So if...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually...
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said...
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best.
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Мы связались явно с очень важной шишкой. Явно с очень важной.
Wait, you're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. Anyway, give these a try.
Only
Well, eating too many sweet treats might...
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is no need for concern. I'm merely doing...
All right, then. Down to business. As Paimon met... However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
Слушайте, у меня сейчас появилась жесткая теория. А вдруг вот этот Колот, или как там его звали, он, короче, и есть вот этот вот ворюга, и это все он подстроил. А вот как объяснить эти тела, я не знаю. Но у меня появилась теория, то, что вот этот вот чел Колот, который отвечал за реквизит, это все и подстроил. Хоть он считается погибшим, но в теории это может быть он.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd...
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support but the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had
From the sound of things, this is turning into an... Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great!
They are my specialty after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be...
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy, besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too loose. Set up the stove again, if you will.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and...
Well, this...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm good. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As it would be awkward if you got all tongue...
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Возможно, с третьей стороны. Вот еще, да, может быть, был какой-то третий человек, о котором мы не знаем. Ни у Коула, ни у Холса не было мотива для совершения преступления, но после обсуждения этого вопроса с Нави стало ясно, что вероятность существования третьего лица, причастного к преступлению, также очень мала.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
Дождитесь следующего.
It's really gonna be a long and difficult...
Капец, у нас не все доки собраны вообще-то. Ой, нифига себе, там часы у нас. А, что хотел посмотреть? Инвентарь. У нас из доказательств еще одно не собрано. Здесь у нас тоже 2 доказательства не собрано. Мне страшно, потому что у нас не все исследовано. Ну ладно, была не была.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. won't just happen.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects, besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Я надеюсь, нам самим не придется там все это выбирать и сопоставлять.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation?
To be honest,
No, we're already very grateful.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should—
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show— Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the—
Yes, of course. I will explain while—
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began.
Yes, that's correct.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct—
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask—
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside.
I was right by the box, and I definitely...
Look at those scales. Look at those.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my Tell me, aren't you
the House of the Hearth?
Да ну нахрен.
No wonder they did something like...
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linney!
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Ты же Фарина мразь.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we— Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade, but still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first.
Of course. I'll answer any— We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to— which should have been impossible, of course, I was quite— That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution, and on the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was— After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all—
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're— Huh? Oh, Paimon!
Рассказ Лини. Оказавшись в тоннеле, Лини через вентиляционный ход проник в подвальное помещение, где хранилось ядро Аратрис. Он не видел, что в это время происходило в тоннеле, а потому не слышал глухого звука. А мы что, прям так и скажем, что ли, судьи? Его же за это уже обвинят, за вмешательство в Аратрис. Лини утверждает, что слышал таинственный голос в комнате, где находился ядро Аратрис в подземной части оперного театра. Так, если мы скажем про то, что он пытался пробраться к ядру Аратрис, мне кажется, ему за это вставят тоже. Уже будет двинется новое обвинение.
Both parties have returned to their positions. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction.
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Вы можете установить несостоятельные части свидетельства, основываясь на изложении событий с другой стороны. Используя полученные в ходе расследования происшествия доказательства улики, чтобы опровергнуть несостоятельность звенья. События, заменить их новыми заключениями. Убедите аудиторию опровержением, чтобы добиться большей поддержки вашей точки зрения. Оратор это будет четко показывать такие изменения. Когда вы найдете и опровергнете все несостоятельные сведения, выполните цикл опровержения, чтобы раскрыть истину. Охренеть.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which he did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise. And so Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands. And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events.
Так, что делать? Линия входит в тоннель. Линия вошел в тоннель, когда начался обратный отсчет. Не то. Не то. Странный звук во время представления. Во время фокуса с служебными ящиками раздался отчетливый глухой звук. Стоп, еще раз. Линия входит в тоннель. Линия вошел в тоннель, когда начался обратный отсчет. Странный звук. Голос в комнате синдром. Это вообще самое последнее, наверное. Время шоу никто не покидает. Это вообще не к этому. Кажется, остановили линию через вентиляционный ход. Проник в подвальное помещение. Он не видел, что в это время. Ну, как будто вот... Вот это, наверное?
Seems this won't...
Не-не-не, не то. Вот это, может? Тоже не то. Это? Нет, тоже не то. Это еще реально одежда? А что еще? Или с чего мне начать надо? В результате борьбы линии Холлзи возник громкий приглушенный стук. Но Лини сказал, что не слышал его. Я сейчас расплачусь, не знаю, что делать. Оба.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel.
Ага, все. Лини похищает Холлзи. Наделили ли Лини в тот момент в тоннеле? Супер.
Linny went to the room that contained...
Лини оглушает Коула. Супер.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed...
Да ну не.
Attention! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go in, but he immediately used a vent to access the opera house space. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. Finally, he reached the surface and...
Слава богу. Все выровнялось.
In other words, you believe that he knew...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire... Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh.
That's right, you tell him! And, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what Of course I do. If he had been... You're saying that he wasn't?
Что выбрать-то надо? Что является доказательством того, что линии не было в тоннеле в момент совершения преступления? Во время фокуса с живущими, которые слышали многие зрители... Не то. Во время шоу никто не покидал оперный театр, после инцидента его могли покинуть. Нет, тоже не то. По-моему, это не, вообще не то. Что? Подожди. Что является доказательством, что линии не было в тоннеле в момент совершения преступления?
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. This means that when the crime happened, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Выбирайте иконки шестерней в меню, чтобы посмотреть соответствующие вопросы по делу. Правильное заключение можно проверить, выбрав вот это, заполнить все свободные шестерни. В случае ошибки придется выбирать вновь из оставшихся вариантов. Ответив на все вопросы правильно, вы завершите текущую логическую цепочку. Так. Расследование палаты же Родинаж выявило, что веревка, удерживающая резервуар с водой, лопнула от воздействия фейерверков, запущенных в конце иллюзионного представления. В результате поведения резервуара погиб Кол, находящийся в волшебном ящике. Если исключить, что преступление совершил Лини, подменить реквизит мог только кто-то из членов труппы. Лини подробно выяснил, объяснил задумку фокуса. На сцене в это время была Линет, прежде всего к изумлению ее ассистент. Тоннель обратной одежды, принадлежащая пропавшей Холзи, как она там оказалась, неизвестно. Выберите любую лику, чтобы узнать подробности.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Опа.
That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowell!
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth.
Я так и
What
знал,
Cowell
кстати.
did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator.
Вы же помните, я предполагал это. Что у нас есть?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal...
Что нам... Камажеватель не мог участвовать в преступлении.
The sound we heard may have come... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Причем у нас только 4 варианта. Типа, нам надо какие-то 2 исключить.
No one entered or left the opera house through its... The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come...
Что еще?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that...
Фигня. Фигня. А нам, типа, подсказку дали, то, что у нас брали вариант ответа. Да, это я помню. Хорошо, еще раз.
It would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... No one entered or left the opera... It would have been tough for both... No one entered or left.
Хорошо. Никто не мог... Не, войти-выйти, как будто даже не подойдет сюда. Хорошо, вот. О, у нас этот появился. Потом что?
The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the miss. Linny was not in the tunnel at. The deceased's name is. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The deceased's name is.
Не знаю. Фигня? Фигня. Не знаю.
No one entered or.
В чем прикол то, что пропадают иконки?
The sound we heard may have come from a. It would have been tough for both. No one entered or left.
Это уже использовалось.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Мне кажется, мозг сломается, кстати.
The sound we heard may have come. The deceased's name is.
Потом.
It would have been tough for both people. It would have been tough for both people to.
Тоже было.
The sound we heard may have come. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Да как? Слушайте, я не понимаю реально. Я не знаю, честно. Я не знаю.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come. Linny was not in the tunnel.
Можно заново начать, пожалуйста?
Linny was not in the tunnel. Linny was not in the tunnel at that. Linny was not in the tunnel.
Подождите. Как может быть, что Линни не мог участвовать в преступлении?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Мне кажется, что на длительно произошел конфликт.
The sound we heard may have come from a clap.
Потом, кто сейчас главный подозреваемый?
The deceased's name is.
Когда появилась Холзи.
The sound we heard may have come. It would have been tough for both people to. No one entered or left the op. It would have been tough for both.
Так, неверно, новое.
No one entered or.
А меня нету лик. У меня их украли.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble?
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the.
If only we knew how.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is.
Да Господи Иисусе. Подожди.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between them. The deceased's name is Cowell.
Когда появилась Холзи?
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. It would have been tough for both. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left. The vase was not broken by.
Ну-ка.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually, and if there's a similar method.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about. Must we really? I should think that of any magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirect.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an... Guards, please step into the lounge and
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the key... One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of... As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving?
But something so ridiculous.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence.
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from...
Вода первозданного моря. Жандармы обнаружили в вещах Коула жидкость, по-видимому, способную растворять уроженцев Фонтейна. Так, кто сейчас главный подозреваемый? Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы контролировать время растворения?
The water from the primordial sea should already have been... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped.
Еще что есть? Чем убийца растворил Холзи? Вот этим.
Water from the primordial...
Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы спрятать механизм убийства? Подожди. Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы контролировать?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped.
Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы спрятать? Кстати, спрятать, скорее всего, веревки. Это крюк. Наверное, так? Нет, нет, нет. Веревка неправильно. Какой реквизит использовал убийца, чтобы спрятать механизм убийства?
I remember there was something...
It's Ace Detective Puck! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector, when the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up, but he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank.
That actually links together a lot of the more confused.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I...
Now, It seems like the only point of contention remaining is his notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not, my dear citizens? Lenny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl, but upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lenny ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and now, as much as I regret having come to such a Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the...
Oh no. Seems using the water as new evidence was...
I think we've all seen enough. I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, noble...
excuse me, everyone, but...
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who is what?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while once everyone believes the illusion. Can't magic reveal the truth to them once? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di but as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
I am not understand.
And voila.
Да ну нахрен. А теперь рассказывайте.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she called...
That'll teach you to underestimate.
Where should I begin?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Lenny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to... That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before, but I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny...
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty...
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tub. I wasn't going to take that lying down. So there was nowhere to run from there, though. So I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from...
Красиво. Я тут не ожидал вообще. Окей. Линни входит в тоннель. Что нам надо? Еще раз. Линни вошел в тоннель после начала обратного счета, после этого он покинул тоннель через вентиляционный ход и не участвовал в растворении девушки. Нет. Нет. Да что ж такое? А в смысле? У меня больше нет улик. Ну капец. Хорошо. Растворение Холзи. Раз Холзи появилась перед публикой целое невредимое, значит, предположение Фурины несостоятельно. Как бы отреагировала Холзи, если бы на ее хлынула мода. Да что ж такое? Да что ж такое? Да ну. Реально? Ну тут опрокинут разбитая ваза. День оглушает Ковала. Это вот это.
Lillian was afraid.
And it's Ace Detective! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to he did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, the two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and... She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped two of them.
At this point, all the...
so bravo!
Впервые
Now
в наш
then,
счет.
Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not...
What are you... No, I have no further arguments.
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated...
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall... The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tight. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the... Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided... However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became... Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partner.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
Фурина, ты уже опозорилась. Все, тебя уже с говном опустили в чан. Все, заткнись. Ты уже все, ты опущена ниже плинтуса, ниже ядра земли. Все, ты слилась по полной. Закрой ротохлебку.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
And now he can no longer...
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
А вот эти красавчики-роботы.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you'd, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set... I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing... Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I, to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished...
So you went from orphans to nobility just like...
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. To us orphans, the only connection we have...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Знаете, сюжет Геншина нам не дает доверять Линии или нет. Но я как человек хочу им верить. Их история звучала очень убедительно. Еще мне очень интересно, что теперь будет в итоге с Фуриной, типа, и нашими взаимоотношениями с ней. Потому что мы ее буквально публично унизили, доказав, типа, что она выносит абсолютно необоснованные высказывания.
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you... Sorry.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we really need to get that?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't...
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Что? Полуавтоматическая ковка. Не сейчас же. А, нет, сейчас. Что? Ай. Линии оправдали, но вы не уверены в том, каким должен быть ваш следующий шаг. Вы решите принять предложение Нави устроить пришельные уши, чтобы отпраздновать ваше сотрудничество. Завтра. Явно завтра. Я впервые, наверное, устал от сюжета. Вот когда, допустим, была та же вот это в Сумеру, этот вот день повторяющийся, я не так устал, как тут. Слишком тяжело. Ой, сколько еще неоткрытых достижений. Ну, кстати, немного осталось. Прикольно. Ай. Повышать я не буду. Нет, ни в чем. Спасибо всем, кто был на стриме. Рад был вас всех видеть сегодня. Всем пока.